Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は373日目です。It is day 373. Today is level up. Level 36. We have a bit of a late start. However, I did have something that I had to kind of stay up for earlier, actually. Much earlier in the day. So let's see if we can do this would be the second time that we have leveled up since the addition of Boon Pro, and I'm expecting that unless I move the schedule much earlier, which is something that I need to negotiate right now, Boon Pro is consistently after midnight, which is not the most ideal. It really does shift my schedule a lot. At the moment, we're kind of doing things in the background that requires me to be up relatively late, so that's kind of something that might need to be negotiated at some point. Anyways, it's quite less ideal given that February is coming back around soon, right? What is it right now? January 13th? Yeah. But let's get right into it. Today is going to be another tester. We'll see how well it goes. I told myself the last time, which is approximately 11 days ago, that I would be incredibly well rested before I start the level up day, like this particular day. Kind of failed, so we'll see how well today goes. Okay. Oh, just kidding. What? Oh.
白熊
Okay.
服飾
油田 国内
取る
Hey, you forgot to mention something on Discord, but really you just wanted to interact on stream. Messed up. Oh, that's perfectly fine. Is it something about the nature of stream that is different from the Discord environment that you look for, like that you're looking for? Yeah, lately my days have becoming earlier today I had something to do. I had to sort out or rectify an annuity contract for some of my parents' like money. So that involved me staying up as opposed to going to bed. The appointment was the telephone appointment was at like 9:30 a.m. local time. So instead I just basically stayed up 3.5 hours to do that and then sort out all the paperwork like via electronic correspondence before I got to go to bed. So that's largely why I was already late, like much shifted in them to begin with. For the Korea trip, you guys have been discussing it, and then it dawned on you the week you booked to go is the same week as your summer exams. Can you do any advance examing? So we moved it to after your exam finished. Okay, so you just had to take the hit on paying the fee for changing your flights. You still had fees despite being so far in advance? It's great that you had the foresight to do so. The alternative would have, the alternative would be to take the exams early or somehow. I don't know how flexible unis are. Like there could have been a consideration for like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna book it and we'll just take the exams earlier. I don't know how often people would say something like that. As a college student, you know, like if I was younger, I would be like, nah, no one wants to take exams earlier. For real though, when I was younger, I still struggled a lot with imposter syndrome, like a lot. So the only way I can feel catharsis is when the exams are pushed upon me, as opposed to like if I were given a choice of when the exams are, I would typically continue to push them back because I struggled with ever feeling ready to do anything like that. Nowadays, it's a different story. I have in fairly consistent accuracy understanding of where I am and what I expect. So typically, if I do an exam early, I would prep for it, right? If someone asked me, when do you want to do this? I would have a good idea, despite deflecting the responsibility to the other person. So whenever someone says like, oh, like, what time are you free? My comment would be, what time are you free? It might sound a little bit arrogant, but it's more for being agreeable and accommodating. I have a ideal time range in mind for myself, but I am more willing to wager that whatever is scheduled, I am more flexible for that person's particular obligation. So it could be like a school function or a project deadline or something like that. Now, it's not out of hubris or pride. It's more that I can appear agreeable while also negotiating the time perspective. That's kind of interesting. So your mother was very generous, offered to cover about 100 of the fees as the new dates use less of her reward points, about equal to 100. I see. And you'll have a look at but you'd be surprised if that's an option. Oh yeah, for the exam movement. So you are able to set a date and time you're willing to do something, even if you're never ready to do it. Yeah, most of the time. Or negotiate. Basically negotiate. When I was younger, no negotiations, because much like most people, I was inexperienced, so I was unable to negotiate things, which is kind of one of the great things about growing up. Like, I'm not suggesting people are immature in the sense of growing up, the phrase. I'm talking about like growing older and more experienced than you were previously. We're not talking about maturity in the sense of like however your feelings are in your management. It's more so that with a lot of experience and you've been in many situations, that you've come to feel like you can negotiate most things. And that's kind of like a wonderful transitioning point when I would say part of the I've made it, like I've made it feeling, one of the primary feelings is the idea that when you enter an obligation or a potential obligation, it often feels like you have some sort of management skills that allows you to negotiate the conditions. Like, for example, man, I am getting really fat. I can negotiate that. Like in your head, with yourself, with another person. Like, oh, I'm really unhealthy right now. I can still negotiate that in your head, with someone else, etc. So that's kind of tied to our Discord, like the Discord question you asked earlier. That's where my mindset is right now. Where one of the, if I had to, like, if someone asked me what would be something that I wish other people would have, as opposed to like maybe something out of left field, something in the left box, as in not in right in front of you where you say like, oh, I want more money, I want more like I want life to be easy, not that type of thing. The one that I would probably attempt to bless people with, and honestly, like it's a great privilege, and also it would be really heartwarming if I'm able to do that, for like to encourage other people to develop that, is the idea of you've got this. And it sounds so cliche and it's easy to say, but it's often very incredibly difficult to have and consistently have, which is the idea that, oh, okay, a new problem arises, yikes. So what can I do? And you immediately get to doing, because the idea is you've lived long enough. You like Danny said to you earlier. Yes. So Danny is relatively young, right? Relatively. I think he's 26. I know he didn't answer your question, but he did reveal that to me, like on stream and whatnot. And but he's like, Danny strikes me as a person who has intuited most of these things because of life experiences. Danny's story is actually public. Like his brother was on a documentary that he showed me when we first met, and I watched that documentary. He is a product of immigration, so like a multicultural immigration, and those types of events in people's lives tend to make people intuit those problem-solving skills. So it's not that you have to be someone who's incredibly analytical or conscious or to do what I am referring to, that idea of doing the things in order to feel like you got this. You always got this in some way, perpetuating more and more experiences. But oftentimes, those who have seen adversity either through the lens of their parents or live with a lot of that projected adversity and still continue to be productive today at a young age, tends to reflect like it's not a coincidence that those values can be communicated despite not even knowing it, right? So like, for example, whenever you hear someone, like if you say something, oh, you're having a really bad day, someone asks you, okay, can you explain some of your bad day to me? And then you would say something like a couple bad things, and they would immediately say, well, what can you do about those bad things? Well, what have you done about it? And then you would start to describe what you have done about those, and they would immediately pick out the things that are working in the things you have been doing. Positive reinforcement. So whether that is their coping strategy or their intuition or their analytical skills, the idea is it's a great sign that they have overcome adversity, and they use positive reinforcement or turn punishment and negativity, right? The punishments and negative reinforcement, and they constantly try to bend mental gymnastics to make it positive reinforcement. So whenever someone is really hyper-focused on punishment, like for example, I get this quite a lot about language learning, so we'll make it about language learning, right? Where someone would say something like, oh yeah, so the goal is to become fluent, which you did mention. We'll just say goal and fluent in Python. I do read all the messages, so it's just that I think it's sometimes you want to sit back and observe. So the goal is, to become fluent in Python, for example, or in this case, work on flowers, right? And the startling difference between someone who's in positive reinforcement is that when it is intuited. So what does positive reinforcement look like in terms of intuition? Generally, it would sound like this. It's like when someone tries to get analytical, they would ask like, oh, so why are you doing this? And they're like, because I can. And that's how it's translated when someone's operating on intuition, right? Like, because I can, and usually that positive reinforcement comes from the idea of doing and producing something. Or in other words, like the creative process, right? There's a link between the creative process. And it often did not, there is an aspect of keeping the goal in mind. But generally speaking, because I can and I started doing it and I just decided. This is like this is why like a lot of times, because I can, often is associated with solid habit formation. And often people would think about something like commitment, right? And one telltale sign of someone who's using it as positive reinforcement is when you start asking them questions and describing the quote-unquote facts about their lives, right? It's often, there are two contrasting points. There's one of privilege, and then there's one of adversity. So in this particular case, Danny is one of adversity. And these are like lots of, it's kind of like the way I try to see where people are in their lives, to be honest, because I can is such a null statement and I don't like when people say that. It really is. And what happens is because you can or because you want to, right? The idea is because you can or want to is often, in my opinion, dictated by intuition, right? It's a null statement because it can be very difficult to appreciate intuitively if you're asking for an explainer. So most of the time, I actually spend, because you're the outside person, right? You're the outside person. I am also the outside person. What we can do is we can explore how the explainer interacts with the intuition. So despite when someone asks me like, oh, how do you overcome adversity? Technically, the quote-unquote null statement is you do it, right? And that is coming from, if your mind immediately says you do it to someone, then it's something that is now intuitive because it has become a habit, as opposed to something that is being worked on and something that's being held to a conscious level. So like, for example, how do you overcome adversity? Well, how do one keep conscious about their intuition? You can dedicate your life to explaining it. And that's kind of what I do on a daily basis. So explaining it and demonstrating it. So the difference here is that there are really wonderful people in the world who operate on intuition because possibly their life and environment coincidentally allowed them to intuit these things. And the nature or the level of their ability to explain it, it's not coordinated, like it's not concordant with their experience. It is what they choose to use the experience that keeps them in touch. So for myself, like, I like being an instructor. I like being able to explain things. That's not necessary for happiness, though. Like, it's not necessary to be positively reinforcing and very passionate about what you do despite your circumstances. You can definitely operate for the rest of your life with that, and still, you could, in a way, some people would refer to this as either lucky like that mystique, right? Because it's a null, these are null statements. It's hard to appreciate outside of that person themselves. You could see it as lucky, talent, right? These are the mystique, like mystical explainers for how someone can be so null and unconscious or subconscious about their intuition and still be very vibrant and passionate. Alternatively, if these talented or lucky or individual people or in circumstances, if they choose to learn to explain and demonstrate it, then those statements become less of a null statement, but more of a actionable statement for other people. And for myself, this is an optional. This is an optional step. And oftentimes, one of the greatest optional steps is to combine two optional steps. The two optional steps is a creative process with an explainer and a demonstration. And that's kind of what my goal is on stream. My goal is like that is my life's pursuit. How can I have an impact on other people while working on myself or something like that? And it's to combine a creative process with a constant strive to explain and demonstrate something. So while other people that I observe, like Danny and Mika, James, my interactions with them, while they may choose to explain in the way they want or how they represent things and make statements, I get to learn from them. I can observe them and try to explain it from my own creative process. And that's kind of in a way what I refer to as social experiments. Social experiments and case studies. They're not really case, like the idea of human behavior and like problem solving, critical thinking skills. This is as close as you'll ever get, because otherwise you're talking about unethical, morally gray and ethical concerning ways of executing and testing your hypotheses against like statistics and high behavioral studies and whatnot, and then trying to execute on an incentive-based closed ecosystem in order to manipulate a large body of consumers to buying whatever you want. I'm being a little facetious here because while it's not intentional, it is pragmatic. And, we have lots of examples of that. Live service, sub-based services, right? Live service. And I'm not simply referring to video games. Live service tends to be a buzzword for video games, but we're talking about like Netflix, renting, cloud storage, AI services. Those are live service. So while it wasn't intentional to produce a case study or a social experiment on large groups, it is one that's born out of pragmatism for like business practices, for example, right? For money and etc. So that in itself is in a way why whenever like James and I talked about something recently about how he sees money as like an adulterator of language learning, and that's his viewpoint on it. And then we brought up Duolingo again, right? Or I brought up Duolingo, and then he integrated this argument into Duolingo. And my first thought is, yes, I can definitely see that from the focus of language learning. However, Duolingo also predicates on pragmatism that deals with a live service model in which it may lead to money. So the question is, it's very difficult to know which one is the case, right? Like A before B or B before A. The idea is that they're associated with each other. So oftentimes when someone only cites one way of looking at things, that's very linear by design. And that linear by design creates, in my opinion, this type of intuition. The built-in intuition that will affect most of your behavioral and decision making. So one day, if you pick up a very industrialized pragmatic product and you're like, oh yeah, that's better than I thought, that's your null statement. Like, why do you think that's better than you thought? Like, well, corporate greed equals, like, it's all about the money, not the consumer. It's better than I thought. Null statement. Because I can. Like, why do you think that way? Like, because it's the truth. Null statements. Right? They're not bad, nor good. The idea is, if someone asks why, I would go the extra yard, personally. And because for me, when someone asks me why, here's my like personal motivations. So why, I see it as an opportunity for a positive reinforcement. What is my positive reinforcement when I answer someone's why? I did this yesterday, by the way. Someone, which I'm not entirely sure if it's like their kick or their kink or whatever they're preferring, but there's this particular account that is very flattery and kind of, I hope this person is being genuine. Like, it's very difficult to know. There's quite a bit of flags, but they asked brushing teeth before or after, right? Opinions are, and James responded by maybe ask your dentist. A meal, right? Like, maybe ask dentist. And my first thought is, yeah, we can definitely default to that, right? We can deflect and default to that type of thing, which was part of my response eventually. However, the idea is the person was asking me for my opinions. So while I acknowledge that I am not a dentist, right? The idea is it's my opportunity to create positive reinforcement, right? Positive reinforcement deals with evaluating what I know. Oh, there, Raja Kumar. Hello. What I know. How would I make that decision and still get second opinions and so on? So it is when someone asks me something, and it could be like someone could say it's a joke, or they are trying to trigger you, or it's easier, pragmatic to say maybe ask a dentist. I would do all of these things. I'll consider the idea that this person is trying to raise a joke, or they're trying to raise a trigger, like whatever their trigger is, and you can still say maybe ask a dentist and have the positive reinforcement of being able to go over all the stuff that you practice to answer and analyze a potentially controversial opinion, right? And I answered it through habit formation. So while it is obviously going to be conflicting opinions on whether you brush your teeth before or after a meal, I know I can demonstrate something else that is related to it. And my demonstration is the idea of preventive care that relies on the existence of maintaining a habit. So whether you brush before or after, the question that I would find most important in that is it's inferring that they can adjust to brushing before or after. So first, one would want to evaluate if they can do that already. Do you brush before a meal or do you brush after a meal? If that is seen as a task, as in before, and it's a task, so it's negative, as in it requires energy, then the goal is you're going to have to convert that into a positive source, which is a habit, before you can consider changing it. The answer is this. I made it based on all of these. So we talked about the dentist. I also addressed whether it's a trigger or a joke a little bit later. And I use it as an opportunity to talk about habit formation. Because whenever someone asks me, like, I'm inferring their intent. So if they're asking me before or after, they're talking about forming a habit that is healthier. So I made it about something that I am able to contribute, which is the idea of habit formation. Is brushing before a task you do in order to reward yourself for eating, for example. Eating is usually positive. It's rarely negative in this context of questions. So if it's attached to the act of eating, then one has to make this positive first. As in, you can brush your teeth without the dependency on eating. The question involved connecting eating with brushing your teeth. So those things are reliant on each other, right? Like, for example, the thought now is to compare, I need to brush my teeth before I eat, or after I eat, I need to brush my teeth, right? Those are the opinions, so they are linked. In order to make use of any information that I would say, like, oh, it's healthier to be before, or it's healthier or more preventive to be after, the idea is that this person would have to view brushing whatever they're doing now, before and after, as a habit that's independent. Because in my opinion, most habits are independent because they are truly habits and they do not depend on something else, right? If it is dependent, then I would say either. Because oftentimes when you think about a dentist, they would consider the idea of having the habit in the first place, and that before or after might be statistically negligible. Now, you could make an argument, how do you know that, MAKU? How do you know that without actual data that it is statistically negligible? Well, there are conflicting opinions. That's one of the consequences of having potentially statistically negligible or spurious data. There is conflicting opinions. So a dentist, in my opinion, who has a professional integrity and possible, maybe some biases, they would often choose whatever the habit is most salient. So if you're brushing your teeth after eating breakfast, fair enough. It's better than not brushing your teeth at all. If you're brushing before your breakfast, that's great. As to which one is better, they are both good for your health, or preventive for your health, as far as data is concerned. Conflicting opinions, in my opinion, like a lack of a better phrase, making a certain determinants on conflicting opinions, I would say a very responsible professional person wouldn't necessarily gamble on their professional integrity on presenting that. So for me, that's my argument there. So if before is your habit of brushing your teeth, then that's great. Stick to it. If you want to change it up and see if something happens, then know that if brushing before is independent of eating a meal, then you can do it at any time you want. You can go and try that. right? And you can then form your opinion on the conflicting opinions. Because there is not a right answer if there are conflicting opinions. So we made it about habit formation. My goal of answering something and contributing to something is not, which is what James prefers, because James has a different way of answering things, go see a dentist. It's like, well, yes, it's that, and then I want to offer something. Because if you're gonna use up your time to ask me a question, whether it's a joke, or trying to raise a controversy from a streamer, or maybe there are obvious answers, I still see it as an opportunity to develop a positive reinforcement. Because in the future, I will still have to answer questions of this nature. Like someone could ask me, oh, would you learn grammar before vocabulary? Or would you learn vocabulary and then grammar? This is the brush your teeth before your meal or after your meal situation. Or would your study order be vocabulary, then reading, then listening? And oftentimes I would say that, can you tell me what you currently do? Because if you're striving to do something, it requires that you have the opportunity for positive reinforcement. And I'm not saying any specific examples. The idea is like, not everyone wants to hear these things. Like, not everyone wants to hear, here's MAKU going off in a 3-hour discussion about the difference between ordering a habit and then weighing risk reward in a logical way that lines up with the person's energy level or something. The idea is, when you ask someone how they describe their things and you can frame it in that way, you don't have to tell them it's about trying to create opportunities of positive reinforcement. They can discover it themselves, right? So whenever you ask, oh, so what's the right answer to this controversial topic, right? This is a controversial topic in language learning, like vocabulary, reading, listening, and we can throw in writing and then speaking, like which order and whatnot, right? And what typically, much like the way I approach answering the brushing teeth before or after a meal, you have to establish social norms. So what is this person talking about? Are they talking about the idea that they already brush their teeth in both situations, like before and after already, and then they're asking me my opinion before or after, right? And my question was I turned that question into, okay, you can ask a dentist about it, like maybe, and then get like multiple opinions that might offer you more clarity on it. But it is a conflicting opinion, so naturally that doesn't exonerate your dentist from not having conflicting opinions either. And what I can offer is, which one do you do more? Which one do you do more consistently? Understand how your habits work, and then when the data clears up, or when you find that you want to commit to a particular opinion, you're able to execute on it. Because a lot of times, whenever someone asks another person for advice, they're talking about leveraging and executing that advice in order to benefit their life. We can sit here and brainstorm about all the conflicting ideas and the conceptual ideas. However, without its execution, it's great for the mental gymnastics. However, for my purposes, I want that person to actualize the benefits of doing that. So it's great to hear when people say, oh, I want to learn Japanese as well, right? I want to learn Japanese as well. I'm like, that's great. And then we talk about how or why you're going to do it, right? And then the very next thing is, what's the process? When? Where? Now? Right? So the whole process is this, like it's actually the whole thing, but usually the beginning is, research, right? We're in the research and then decision making. So decision, and then when they make the decision, it's usually like, then we hit reinforcement. And usually reinforcement takes so long that it's not enough to generate a habit. So all that time, usually most people, in my opinion, nowadays spend 90% of the time doing research, and then a decision is like a point in time. So it's really like all of it is research, and then the decision is made at that one juncture without any consideration to how it is applied, like the information is being applied. Is your curiosity about brushing before or after a meal going to have an investment or a return on investment from that thing? Because your mind can do lots of things. You can spend endless amount of times researching and possibly making a decision. And when it comes to like the quote unquote hardest part, is usually the part that is downstream, because you may not always get to it. So that's what I focused on. I focused on the downstream thing. Whether I say brushing your teeth before is healthier than brushing your teeth after, the question is, are you already brushing your teeth? And then if you're already brushing your teeth, which one is it? Because if I had to make an argument, it's the one you're doing consistently. Let's see. Also, depending on how you define what you can do, it can be not a null statement. Yeah. Well, the idea that it can be all those things makes it a null statement, in my opinion. Like the idea of because I can, or how you define can do, is a null statement because it comes with a lot of conditionals, and that conditionals was not expressed in that statement. So if they're not expressed in that statement, it would be a null statement to me because I wouldn't get any information from it, right? So like, oh, because you can, depending on conditions. And I'm like, what are those conditions? Otherwise, your statement does not carry any value for me to understand you in any way, or help you, or even help myself, etc. So whenever I think about null statements, I think about how useful it is, right? Typically, null statements deal with the idea, or a moot statement. Moot and null. Moot is after the fact, right? Like you knew something after the fact and it invalidates the statement that was already mentioned. Null statements tend to be like something that is of less substance because you can't use it. And most of the discussions we had was dealing with, or focusing on downstream uses of that information, because we do spend in a world where incredibly, in my opinion, all right, I'll just speak for myself, but I feel like most people are very comfortable with this. We do live in a unprecedented world where there's a saturation of information. How redundant that information is, how useful it is, what are the overlaps and whatnot, that requires skills that comes after decision making, and experience that come after decision making. So someone could sit there and watch like 100 iterations of the same information and not process that they are getting the same information 100 times over without experience, right? So the whole process needs to be completed in order for people to become more effective and make statements that are not necessarily null, or gain value from statements
to follow up like null statements. Like because I can also means a lot, like for example, because you can, okay. So does that mean you did it? Or you think you're able to? Because if you think you're able to, that's also very tough to know. So it's a null statement for the very reason that when someone says to me because I can, I'm like, all right, I need more information. That tells me like 1% of what I think you are intending to do. So let's go and probe. Yeah, you've heard conflicting opinions. You tend to brush your teeth about an hour after you eat. Yep. Okay, that's great that you always look out for opportunities for positive reinforcement. They're the rarest, right? Like I said, most of the in our Discord chat, they're the rarest form. They're the least accessible form. So you aim for the rarest form, and in my opinion, working towards that will often get you your negative reinforcement and your negative punishments and your positive punishments. Those come very readily. And now hear me out. I don't know if positive reinforcement is rare because our environment makes the other things less rare. That is something to consider. Like, for example, if you set up your environment with negative punishment and positive punishment, or say the internet exposes you predicated on negative punishment and positive punishment, is the inaccessibility for positive reinforcement is due to the scarcity of that. It's very chicken or the egg, like which came first situation. The idea is now they're connected. You can observe that there's a lack of positive reinforcement, especially when you're chronically online. There's a lack of positive reinforcement. There's a ample deluge of negative reinforcement. What is negative reinforcement? FOMO. FOMO is negative reinforcement. It's the most readily available, arguably one of the strongest techniques. And then and then the punishments come right after off the negative reinforcement. Because if FOMO doesn't trigger you to punish yourself to add more work in order to not miss the FOMO, that's positive punishment. So what's a positive punishment off of a negative reinforcement? For example, FOMO generates a force of extra work because you missed something. So you're adding, right? This is positive punishment. So you're adding work in order to prevent FOMO. Negative reinforcement is to prevent something from being lost or something that's not going to happen. So if you prevent FOMO, then you're not going to miss out. So, and then when you when you don't do the extra work, then you get negative punishment, which is the undesirable outcome. Basically, like you blame yourself for not working well and you missed out on the thing. This forms a incredible contractual self-induced loop nearly for the vast majority of things you interact with online. It's one of the most solid things. So what is outside of this? Positive reinforcement. And you know what's the kind of concerning part about this thing? I drew a box around this because where is typically your positive reinforcement coming from if you're lucky? Positive reinforcement now is seen as lucky. And what is that? Or talent. Well, if you get lucky, someone else tells you how good you are. Something else gives you affirmation. And the cheapest form of that affirmation are metrics. Number goes up is one of the cheapest forms of positive reinforcement. But here's the thing. This type of instant gratification is the cheapest form. It's the easiest one to come by, right? So that's only slightly above negative reinforcement. And the unfortunate thing about cheapo stuff is it can easily become negative reinforcement when the number stops going up. It's so granular. Metrics can be so granular that they eventually become negative reinforcement. And anything in this box is non-sustainable, in my opinion. It is through the act of having all of the above that makes it sustainable. Like, we're talking about like a synergistic balance effect of things, but this is not sustainable. So this is kind of like the loop. And if you actually have positive reinforcement, it's because you're either lucky or you're talented. And that completes the content creation loop for, in my opinion, like, this is very brief. If I had to explain a concept that I feel like I could write a 500-page book on, this would be one of the major concepts. The idea of the loop that the internet has normalized for now. Like, how you use this information is what we're focusing on, or what I'm focusing on. Like, okay, now I've given you like a schematic of loop. Now what do you do with it? How you actualize this? Well, one way of attack is if that someone is you. Can you be that someone to provide the positive reinforcement? Because if positive reinforcement exists, it would be outside of this loop, right? So now we spend a lot of time thinking about how you can convert things from, can you convert a negative reinforcement to a positive reinforcement? Can you even take positive punishment and negative punishment and consolidate them into positive reinforcement? Because this can flow downward. Positive reinforcement can flow downward to negative reinforcement, punishment, etc. How do you get it upward? So that's kind of the whole idea, right? There are many other nuances that you can think of on the internet, but this is one of the biggest one. Like, personally, that's how, like, when someone tells me their their current struggles or their stories, you can change out the actual, like, the generic stuff and add in the specifics, and you'll probably see that it does kind of generically describe a lot of things that happen as a consequence of being on the internet. And this is pragmatic, right? This is our pragmatic loop. You are provided, and I don't know which one comes first. Are humans like this or are they not? The goal now is you see what's happening now in order to be able to do something about it. So this is the most commercially available pragmatic loop for offering services online, in my opinion, from the perspective of habit formation. Nearly most of your stuff online is dealing with monetizing your habits, not monetizing a one-time purchase. Like buying a PC, right? Buying a PC doesn't hold a candle to renting a PC. And then, like, playing a video game, buying a video game and playing the video game once doesn't hold a candle to the habit of playing the same video game and constantly paying for it. Right? So, pragmatic. This is the consequence of pragmatism. Now, others could fall in and say, but it's greed, it's manipulation, it's negligence. And I'm like, it's hard to know what came first, because businesses are driven by pragmatism for their goal. Much like when someone decides why should they study and they use positive and negative punishment. What is a business's positive and negative punishment for running a business offering live service? well, it's a positive punishment because they have to do more work, right? If they spend more money and still do more work, then they're gonna try to spend less money and do less work. And if that doesn't work, then they lose money, right? So their argument would be to spend less money, to make more money, to lose less money. And it keeps going up the scale. So what's a positive reinforcement? We want to make a great product. Like, we want to make a great product and everything else falls under, right? You'll get a negative punishment because you're losing money by trying to make a great product. You get positive punishment because you're trying to make a great product, but you need to do more work. And then to do more work prevents, right? But the thing at the top is something that's very difficult, right? Difficult to get. Anyways, that's great that you're unrelated, but on Battlegrounds, you don't think you fully understand what you meant by vertical and horizontal scaling? Yeah. So, vertical and horizontal scaling. So, or vertical and horizontal progression, right? For myself, when I think of mechanical interactions, I often think about, do they stack on top of each other? So you're making like A or B situation. You're asking which is a better situation. Horizontal means, can I have both? What happens when both are present? So the recent like BG, the recent Battlegrounds time warp thing, it feels more of a vertical than a horizontal. So basically, like, for example, trinkets is more so horizontal because it exists and you're looking at the interactions with all that is current. So like if you eat, like say you have your bread and a person asks you peanut butter or jelly. This is vertical because you're looking for which one is better today. Are you going to have bread with peanut butter? Or are you going to have bread with jelly? A horizontal would be or peanut butter and jelly. So like, oh, you know what? That would be kind of interesting. You know what? What if I put in the peanut butter first and then the jelly second? What happens if I put the peanut butter second and the jelly first? This is horizontal. Horizontal deals with adding more interactions. So, and for me, when it comes to games, I'm more interested in increased complexity. But it's really unbalanced, right? If you want to talk about like what are the cons to balance out, it does increase complexity, but it also has a con of being like imbalanced, for example, because the complexity goes up, multiplicative. Can I give a battleground example? You have 7 slots in your minions. The time warp mechanic, when you're considering a minion, takes up one of those slots. That's vertical. So you either choose to remove one of your slots or even 2 of your slots in order to accommodate one of the slots. You're not necessarily looking at the interaction between the 2 slots and the 1 slot of your time warp. So like you're negotiating which one is better most of the time. So like the 1 time warp minion, it affects worth one of your slots, which can be a competing minion that is non-time warped. So whenever you're making a consideration for like, is this interesting? It's like, well, whatever this slot is, this time warp slot has to do it better when you're building. Right? Yeah, I have to make the decision. Like, for example, take any time warp. They are a vertical improvement on the existing mechanics that is part of your build. So you are likely going to substitute the time warp for 1 to 2 slots of your existing non-time warp things. I'm not talking about see, you were just about to ask a question. I'm talking about minions. You said give an example of vertical. So hero power is a magic and outer layer thing. And that's a non-negotiable. I pick it. That's horizontal. So not all the time warp things are vertical. I'm saying it's more vertical than other mechanics. That's why the trinket thing is a thing. It's an auxiliary thing. It's horizontal. So are secondary hero powers. So that's what I do. So like, you're doing more. There's more things to juggle. And I like that. And more things, like, it's not for everyone. I guarantee you it's not for everyone. Because time warp, in my opinion, represents streamlining. Mixed with, so time warp is a horizontal plus vertical design, as in there isn't as much thinking because it's nice, it feels good. People like a mix of horizontal and vertical. I was specifically saying that I'm more of a horizontal person. I like things getting more complicated. Like, I like being forced to have higher APM, and not APM in terms of typing, but APM, OPM is probably better. Operations per minute in the head, right? Your brain. So the second hero power, I usually look at the second hero power first. Like, you probably saw that one of that second win with the quill borers, I had a second power, the battle cry, the snicker snack, and my entire board doesn't have any battle cries. Right? I had the snicker stack extra power, but when did I use it? I had 0 battle cries. So when did I use it? And it's really interesting how I used it. So that's kind of what I mean. Horizontal development creates complexity. It makes the process more interesting to me personally. So if you're able to handle, like, in the beginning of Battlecry, like, I've played with new Battlegrounds players. Like, I've played with new people, like, just fresh off the boat. They've never played a deck builder. And when I'm explaining things, they would focus on 1 to 2 tasks at a time, right? But fast forward like 30 hours and they're already juggling like 15 tasks because I constantly interact with them. The idea is that more tasks is a horizontal approach. When you decrease in tasks, like you decrease it and streamline it, that's a vertical approach. It's typically a vertical approach because, like, say the 5 tasks you had, they've been consolidated into 1 task. So if we're taking like minion design, for example, minion design, if there's a minion that has a battle cry, right? you can have a minion that has a battle cry, reborn, and death rattle. That's a time warp creature. That's vertical design. You have a minion that does more of the actions as one thing, so there's less thinking involved. And that doesn't mean it's bad or good. This is good. This is streamlining. So it's efficient. I like to work hard on my builds. So like I don't mind things being separate things. That's the idea of having to make decisions. Like you can't have it all. But Time Warp changes that game. Now you have things like, oh, a creature has battle cry, death rattle, and a recurring effect. And then a creature, you know, like a Quillbore would have like permanent effects as well as temporary effects. So you no longer have the downside of making a decision. You don't have to weigh anything. You pick the better thing. So when you think of vertical progression, you have non-time warp and time warp. If you had a choice, you generally pick the time warp. Generally. Now, most of the time, I don't actually even pick the minions because the minions are the more utility comes from the spells most of the time, because they actually add another layer of flexibility, and I kind of like that. So usually when you're asking like, so what is the first thing I think of econ, because econ early mean more choices later. Now, it's not a winning strategy, obviously, but the idea is more choices means more horizontal decision making. And it's through horizontal decision making that you create emergent synergies. Or like additive synergies or multiplicative synergies. In fact, a lot of the things that you talk about when you like abusing or like not abusing, but like taking advantage of interacting things, that's horizontal design. Deck builders, my favorite part about, or one of my things that I like about deck building is building. Right? You're building something. Usually when you think of, hey, I built A, but B is just better. So now I have B. This is vertical. I know I drew it horizontally. Maybe I should do it this way. So you have A, and you build up to B. Right? A is obsolete. You're there to always replace A with B. That's time warp. Specifically the minions is what I'm thinking. So I strayed away from minions, right? Because the other version, when you're doing horizontal, I'll just write it like horizontal for reflect. You choose B and it becomes A plus B. And that's interesting to me personally. I have a preference for this. Or it would be B plus A, right? Which is B first, and then you inject A. And that's kind of like, what is A and B? It could be a trinket. It can be a secondary hero power. It could be more currency, because technically more currency means your one turn has more decisions. Right? More currency. Econing tends to increase the level. So now it's not the choice of B, but it's like, oh, can I add C? Can I add a tiny D to it? So then the moment you have all these choices, it becomes overly complicated. So for the record, not everyone likes this type of thing because eventually it could be too much. It's unwieldy. So some of like for example, Magic the Gathering, and one of the nice things about Battleground is, like, for example, imagine still having to decide you're attacking. Imagine if it's not auto battle, right? Then we get back to standard. So it is a balance. It is a balance act. And for me, this current branch of Time Warp is that it feels a lot straightforward. Like, what I mean in terms of straightforwardness is that the decision making is straightforward, or more straightforward for me, because you're looking to enhance and replace by gaining function. But the decision doesn't really predicate on that. If you have a hole in your board that you're building towards, you're looking for the replacement for it. You're not looking for the combination of its synergy anymore. So that's kind of the difference in my opinion. So like I've been talking about Neverwinter recently because we're still covering Neverwinter. Or like we can use Japanese as well, so to make it relevant to Japanese, and it will answer your question about Boom Pro. So let's use Boom Pro because you've seen me use WaniKani. We're on WaniKani here. If you're a vertical thinker, like someone who really appreciates vertical, you would ask yourself, what's quote unquote the same? What's the same, right? And this will illustrate why I like horizontal shin. So what am I doing? I'm having a discussion with Procall about vertical and horizontal progress quiz. So like we have Boom Pro and WaniKani. If you're a vertical minded, like you can do both, by the way. I'm just separating vertical and horizontal mindsets. But a person would make a decision based on both vertical and horizontal, like quote unquote scaling or progress, right? So Boom Pro and WaniKani, I'm doing both now, right? A lot of times people look at what's the same between them. And then when they look at specifically what's the same between them, they choose which one is better. And which one is better, then the idea is you stick with that one thing, right? And here's where it gets a little funny in the head. How they argue which one is better after the fact is what makes them different. Because they are the same when it comes to the goals, but they are different when it comes to the process. And therein lies the difference between vertical and horizontal mindset. I'm using Boom Pro, and to answer your question, what is Boom Pro? Boom Pro is a different SRS system, and it's focused on grammar, Japanese grammar, actually. However, it also tackles vocabulary, right? And most people think of it as a horizontal function. So basically Boom Pro is for grammar because it is different based on goals, but it is vertical when it comes to which one is better. Because they're talking about their goals still. So whenever someone asks me like what is more important to me, I have to explain the latter, which is process-oriented thinking. And process-oriented thinking favors horizontal mindset. So how do you get this to be a vertical or horizontal mindset? Boom Pro has a different process. WaniKani has a different process. Doing both of them leads to the goal in different ways, and they both can complement each other. So instead of asking which one is better, in the way that it leads to my goal, I'm asking what do they do differently in order to like enrich my process in getting to the goal. So it has to go through the process of looking at it. So how does Bunpro and WaniKani interact with each other when I'm learning Japanese? Not which one gets me to Japanese fluency faster. Because to me, that's a dissonance that people have. They evaluate things based on the same goal, but then they argue about which one is better through the goals and not considering what makes them similar and different. It is only when they find that they are arguing for what is better that they decide based on differences. Like, for example, Bunpro is better because it focuses on grammar for someone. I don't know if anyone says that. We're just going to say hypothetically, right? And then WaniKani is better because it focuses on kanji. This is not a comparison. What makes this a comparison is inferred. As a contributor to Japanese fluency. That's how it is visualized in my head. That's how it makes sense to me when other people say a product is better because it has something the other product doesn't. That's not comparison. You can't tell if something is better because the other thing doesn't have it. The way to rationalize why they think this is comparable is because both of them contribute to Japanese fluency. That's the common thing. So when they're evaluating what is better, what they're concluding doesn't make sense. It's illogical. What they're concluding is better for Japanese fluency. So how does this relate to vertical? Again, how does this relate to vertical and horizontal mindset? Oftentimes, horizontal mindset thinks about the goals. Vertical. Vertical usually think about the goals. Horizontal usually think about the process. So the process is actually different. These two processes are different. So the conclusion is that you have to use both of them. Because one does grammar and one does kanji. So you have to do both of them. And which one is better? Not based on this. Because they're not comparable. One focuses on grammar and one focuses on kanji. It's both. Like they're non-competitive. They don't compete with each other. Vertical creates competition. Horizontal is typically non-competitive. So, for example, ranking system, top 50. This is vertical. What's an example of a horizontal? Person A does skill A. Person B does skill B. And together, they do skill C. That's horizontal. Someone has one skill, someone has another skill, and together they make a new skill. Or they cancel each other out and make zero, a null statement. But the idea is the interaction between A and B, not the singular A being ranked by substituting a better A. So that's kind of what else? Like, again, these are not separate things. Humans do both at the same time. But one other contrast you can think of is vertical, or vertical and horizontal is a mastery, and generalists, or instead of using mastery, we'll use specialists. Specialist has a predictable final metric, and generalist less so. It's hard to have a very specific final metric, right? So the decision making for this one is spurious. There's spurious decision making, which presents a challenge. To me, personally. This is not spurious. It's specialized, so it's very ideal. You have idealistic decisions. For example, money. If everything focuses on making money, then you can become a specialist in making money, in which you predicate specifically on the final metric, which is money. How you get there is less important. Again, they both exist, by the way, right? Like, a business is run by the combination of these two. But for the illustration of differentiating between them, it's like you do a little from column A and you do a little from column B. So time warp has more vertical feel to me. The time warp thing, so going back to the time warp thing, feels a little bit more vertical than horizontal, which I tend to enjoy the horizontal nature because I've been playing BG for a while, right? It's been a while. I've been playing deck builders and variances of deck building, or building in general. So been playing variances of building in a long while. And I enjoy horizontal scaling. Now, the problem with horizontal scaling is it's also, like most of these things, if you're thinking about what ties it, let's do pros and cons. The cons of a generalist is it's time consuming. It requires more resources. It's more unpredictable. Right? We're going to do some cons for both. Specialist is it's boring because most things feel samey. It's grindy. Right? Now let's do some pros. You can do mastery, hyperfocus, refinement. Refine like a fine wine situation. Traditionalism. Right? Traditionalism, habit formation. Right? And then the generalist is innovation, emergence. Right? Problem solving. Critical thinking. Now, critical thinking in the sense of tying to problem solving. You could develop critical thinking in the form of mastery as well, but the idea is that critical thinking is actually combining the two. At a high level of mastery, there is diversification, which is what causes horizontal things. So, like, when you separate things, like, for example, a specialist in biology, that's weird because biology is considered a generalist discipline. So technically, when you start specializing, you start going into like molecular biology. And then molecular ends up making you choose a specific molecular entity, like viruses. I'm using my personal life here. Viruses. So what happens is you're specializing across. Now, that's vertical. Right? And then eventually when you become, like you hit a ceiling or maybe a grind or something, there's I know I'm doing this like backwards. Then there's horizontal. I keep drawing like left and right, but imagine the flip side. So then there's horizontal. I know this is a vertical arrow, but then there's horizontal. So you have to dabble in structural biology, bioinformatics. So you become multidisciplinary. And multidisciplinary is horizontal. Or some, in a way, it's the same as lateral movement, right? And this is vertical or longitudinal, but no one uses longitudinal, so they use vertical movement, right? For example, vertical movement is climbing a ladder. Like CEO, for example, at the top, climbing a ladder. And then when you're diversifying, you're making a lateral movement. So you're creating two companies. So say you're the CEO of one company and you're the product manager, the project director of another company. This is a lateral movement for diversification, and it's a vertical movement whenever you move up within the company. Same deal. Minions was a ladder climbing most of the time. And spells, kind of. Some of the spells are lateral movements. And there you go. And then language learning, we'll throw it back to language learning. Like, how does Japanese work? Chinese. Japanese. I'm climbing the ladder in Japanese, and I diversified and made a lateral movement to Chinese. And it is through the interaction of Japanese and Chinese that I created an emergent property, which is the relationship between them. But they both have separate progresses, right? And when I'm progressing, so WaniKani, this is the WaniKani ladder. But in the WaniKani ladder, I can also make a lateral movement to Bunpro. So that's kind of... So the answer really is I do both. What is happening for the time warp thing when I was saying vertical and horizontal is it didn't feel horizontal enough to make it as interesting as it could be, but I enjoy it. I enjoy playing time warp, right? So that's kind of the idea. And then where is Chinese gonna go? I don't know yet. We're still slowly pacing around. But Bunpro would be considered a lot more of a lateral movement. And when people think about lateral movement, the first comment they're gonna say is, where are you gonna start? In Bunpro, are you gonna skip all the things you knew from WaniKani? And my answer is no, I'm not. Because this is a lateral movement. I'm treating it as a lateral movement or a horizontal movement because I need to know what information they decide to apply to the quote-unquote goal of Japanese fluency. Like, for example, a language. If you know how to say to do, right, to do, then are you lumping that in with when someone says to get or to sit or to stand or to run? These can be seen as horizontal. Of to do. Because when you to do, you can do all of these. This is vertical. So instead of saying to get, to sit, to stand, to run, you can simply say to do. For example, it's not the greatest analogy, but language. So whenever you're thinking about vertical, you're streamlining. Streamlining, refining, making things efficient, right? These are positive words with it. Horizontal is diversifying. Diversifying redundancies, right? Expansion, nuance, etc., which comes with complexity. And this comes with simplification. So language operates in that way too. Like, what is net speak? Net speak is vertical most of the time in terms of language learning. And then we have writing and like create, like non-net speak. I don't know what to say about non-net speak. I don't know. IRL speak. We're just gonna call it like non-net speak instead. So non-net speak versus net speak. Net speak is generally vertical right now because of how the internet is designed, right? Algo, target. It's usually vertical. Non-net is whatever. It's not only horizontal because it's everything else, right? It's everything else of net. Net is hyper optimized. Hyper optimization is vertical. Right. So how do you answer someone's question? Just Google it. It's a really complicated question. I need a procedure. Just ChatGPT it. You're not making a decision. You're using the best vertical iteration of the task. So you're not making a decision. The decision is already made for you. You're not choosing to do anything. You're doing the thing that is the best. When you think of best, you're thinking about the thing that is an upgrade. So the best is one thing. Good enough or sufficiency is often horizontal. Because you have many competing decisions. Or many technically not competing, like a combination. They kind of compete with each other, but they kind of don't. So you kind of need to do like 2 or 3 tasks, or 3 of them together. Extra steps, basically. Extra steps, right? And if I want to make a humorous comment about NetSpeak, that's like doing A, but with extra steps. You have to insert A, and then extra steps would be inferring like B through E. So, for example, if you just ChatGPT it, it is talking to someone, asking for their advice, listening to their explanation, and then figuring out what they actually meant is extra steps than just going to ChatGPT. Vertical thinking. That is NetSpeak. NetSpeak, net language, English on the net is predominantly vertical. So when someone says 67, NetSpeak. 67. What do you think that means? Well, it's the best way to do everything. It covers a lot of things. Do you know what it is? Maybe. Because it's what is it doing? It's replacing all of this. 67 is replacing A through E. Can you do A through E when you're practicing 67? The answer is no, you cannot. No matter how much you try, you're not going to be able to do A through E because you haven't done any reinforcement or habit formation. What you did do is you did research and you made a decision, and that decision was practically made for you. So when you say 67, the easiest thing you could have done is you did your research. What's research? Everyone else says 67. So if you get to see it a bunch of times, research, bombastic, right? You see 67 a lot, you have decided, I'm going to use 67. Do you understand what this means? No, you do not. You rarely ever do. You know that that is the behavior that you have decided to do. And because of that, that in itself becomes the negative reinforcement. And if you don't abide by that negative reinforcement, you get punishment. And what is that? Feeling socially awkward. So, socially awkward, being considered weird, or not weird, but inappropriate, like not vibing, etc. Those are all punishments. So then it reinforces 67 again. This is communication and problem solving skills. This is nothing that deals with that, right? You're exercising two different things. So my, I guess one of the TLDRs about this is my answer typically means both. And if you take on both, what is this an example of? Horizontal. So yes, I can still say 67 and know what 67 means. It's a really well researched place because you get a lot of kids in a certain age says 67. It's a quick, snappy decision. And then when I say 67, I'm also going to explain what that means to me. A, B, C, D, E. Which one do you want to know? So in the end, I like horizontal. But that doesn't mean I don't also like vertical. Right? You can do both. So that's where, to go back to your original question, what is Boom Pro? Boom Pro is kind of like WaniKani. And I'm investigating the things that they are different in. While the things that they are same in, I'm using to see what, or samey in, I'm looking at the nuances of their differences. When they're samey is that they both teach the same, like, Japanese. They both teach Japanese. That's how they're the same. So whenever I do vocabulary both in WaniKani and Boom Pro. And Boom Pro will reinforce WaniKani, and WaniKani will reinforce Boom Pro in the way they present the same samey information on vocabulary. They actually present the information differently. Both of them present information differently about the same vocabulary. Different information, same vocabulary. Right, so a bit of both. Anyways, yeah. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. You are excellent at relating the current topics to previous topics. That's kind of the goal, right? You don't want to forget all the topics, because topics, I know oftentimes people build on topics, right? They build on top of topics. There are times when topics are not associated. So oftentimes I build my conversation both horizontally and vertically. I continue the logic of the conversation logically, but then I relate back horizontally to two things that may not seem like they're associated, but I make them associated. So you can definitely be able to connect all the things. So oftentimes it's like you start with topic A, you move to topic B, then you move to topic C in logic, you go back to topic A, touch upon B, and then you continue to D. And then you go back, right? and do this. So what happens is you're moving forward, and you're moving in both directions. And to me, when you think about like a brain cell, right? When you think about a brain cell, the idea is you're crossing wires. So people are excellent at this when they practice it. They're not excellent at this when they're not. So what becomes hard, what is hard, is something unpracticed, in my opinion, right? But they don't have to stay hard. They can become easy with practice. So oftentimes when we think about decision making, if you spend a lot of time in, like, say, a video game, which is now a lifestyle choice, or you spend a lot of time on the internet, which is also a lifestyle choice now, and you remove decision making. When you remove decision making, you also have a lifestyle that lacks decisions. Right? And the question is that important to you? Sometimes it's not. How do you remove decision making and still be good? Have someone else know exactly what you want. Right? And that's how AI is supposed to be marketed. That's how machines and machine learning, for example, is marketed. They want to remove your decision making because you don't have to make them. If they know what you want, then you don't have to make any decisions. So what are the most popular video games now? You might be thinking, okay, well, you can name a couple that arguably is popular, very popular, like the soon to be available GTA 6, barring not another delay. GTA 6 is like, oh, you make decisions in GTA 6, right? Do you? So the question is, do someone make a GTA 6 decision? Usually decisions deal with like A plus B plus C plus D, or A or B plus C or D plus F, right? Most of the time, video games give you all the choices, but none of the problems. Those are the most popular video games. In fact, one of the, if you're trying to argue, it's not Rockstar, by the way. Rockstar is not the most popular. We're talking about Roblox, Minecraft, auto clickers, or even just clicker things, doom scrolling. You might be thinking, wait, doom scrolling is not a video game. It is. This is how clickers, and to me it's a continuation. It's a metamorphosis of the clicker game, the auto clickers, the auto RPGs, the autoplay features, right? The AI functionality. And that can bring happiness. Like, all of this stuff can bring happiness as long as you are void of having to do any of this. So if life doesn't have this, right? You don't ever encounter having to make a decision, solve a problem, do something, and have to work for it, then all of this stuff, it works like gangbusters. So parts of people's lives are made really well by this. Like, for example, what do I not do? I don't sort my email. Like, I don't sort my emails, so I never make a decision on my emails. I don't practice making email decisions. Like, for me, I laid the groundwork. Well, technically what I did was I did it once, and now I'm unpracticed. I have a email filter in which it sorts the stuff out based on my original manual curating. And then, you know, you can use AI and stuff to sort them out, right? So in a way, what I would say is you do both. Do some form of decision making and also automate it when you have enough experience. And when you have enough experience, you can always go back and say, hey, do I remember how to do this now? Like, for example, I haven't made a Python script in a while, since you mentioned Python in the Discord, right? I haven't made a Python script in a while. However, the last time I did make a Python script was someone else was learning Python and I needed to go over the Python script, right? Like how to do certain Python things, right? And that was great. It was humbling because human brain equals neat practice to reinforce or like to bring back things that you used to do. And that's kind of why that's why I like video games, by the way. If someone asked me what are my top 5 reasons, you know, if we wanted to make this a vertically stacked tier list that's horizontally unequivocal, right? Top 5. Top 5s are fantastic because whenever you think about top 5, it's a combination of a cognitive dissonance between horizontal and vertical thinking. You list games that are not comparable to each other, yet they're comparable because you're talking about fun, right? What are my top 5? It's usually intellectual engagement. So intellectual engagement is my favorite thing. So I like video games that make me have to make decisions. And that's kind of why I like deck builders. Deck builders are distilled. They are like a very wonderfully point of decision making. What are not decision makers? In my opinion, that are different, right? Because who said it? Procol? It might be it's drama. Drama likes mechanical things. And mechanical deals with procedural things. And there's an argument to this. You might be thinking, okay, well, mechanical, you make decisions as well, right? Like, you, if you need to headshot someone in a competitive shooter, it's mechanically different each time. Like, you have to, it's dynamics. Like, well, if you're gonna compare apples and oranges, when you're comparing the decision making between a procedural memory versus a semantic memory or an abstract memory, generally speaking, first of all, they're not comparable because it depends on which one you are more apt in. Someone who has abstract semantical memory can struggle with mechanical and procedural things, vice versa. However, if you want to compare them, the memory process between these two, again, are different, but one is far more or less repetitive, likely to be less repetitive from a intellectual standpoint than mechanical, because it's a procedural thing. Now, it's not that it's worse or bad or better or good. It's that if you don't do the other, then you're going to be terrible at it. And if you do the other, then you're going to be pretty decent at it. So the question is, are you a mechanically, procedurally dominated person? Because if you do, check out your video games. Your video games, most of the time nowadays, video games is a lifestyle choice. So the way you think, the mindsets you're preferencing will be reflected in your lifestyle things. Back in the day, video games was not a lifestyle, right? So it can be very difficult to ascertain what type of aptitude someone has based on their video game preferences. In fact, most people, like large people, don't actually even play video games back then. When I was younger, like 30 years ago. Nowadays, most people play video games as a lifestyle choice, and their net speak and their net algorithm behavior is also a lifestyle choice. which makes it very easily manipulatable by those who are outside the system creating that system. So algorithms, live service models, they can predicate on that because now it's a lifestyle choice. If dieting was not a lifestyle choice for you, it would be very difficult for a merchant to capitalize on your lack of a lifestyle choice for dieting. You could capitalize on your ignorance, that person's ignorance. That would be the second thing. This one, instead, well, if you create a system where they will always practice that particular thing, then you can stick to efficiently taking advantage of it, which is for better or for worse, right? You can get someone to be really good at Japanese, or you can keep them thinking that they're really bad at Japanese in order for them to keep on paying to get really good at Japanese. How would you do that? You either use FOMO or the imposter syndrome. And both of these are a form of negative reinforcement. How do you do that? You sell them a product. Course A. Course A will get you to level 1. And then once you get to the end of level 1, you advertise course B, which will get you to level 2. C to level 3. D to level 4. Okay? And then stack a time limiter. So now you'll always get reinforced by FOMO and the imposter syndrome. You will always know that there's a higher level that you can go, so you're never going to master the thing because the person making the system will always tell you there's something better. And then you attach on a time limiter and you get FOMO. So now you have the really priceless negative reinforcement for your business model. Now, that doesn't mean capitalizing on FOMO and imposter means that people are bad. That's a leap of logic. This would be a leap of logic. Because you can use these powerful negative reinforcers to generate positive reinforcers, and vice versa. Then these could end up being punishments, right? The person wielding this is responsible for it. This existing doesn't necessarily determine what the person's intent is, right? Because you've heard of tough love. Tough love works to some extent, like depending on who you are. A punishment lights someone, a fire under someone's butt. Like, you're going to fail the next exam if you do not study. That is a negative punishment. Or that's a negative reinforcement, which has a negative punishment attached to it, right? So those are things that do work. The idea is that right now, if you wanted an efficient way to plug anything or to do anything, you can do these things. They work really well. It's psychology right now it's psychology in a bottle. Now, what's really interesting that I tend to wonder is, so let's say fast forward a couple years and there are enough people out there who talk about these things. Does it make these methods any less effective? Like, what I mean is it possible that what we're observing is not intrinsic to humans, but it is the product of our environment? So I've often wondered that. So in the next couple years, my entire tone and my entire quote unquote thesis on this type of thing, like honestly, if I decided to go back to school and get a PhD in psychology or something, this would probably be one of my core foundations for a thesis. Anyways, besides that, I'm not going back to school, by the way, so like double PhDs, that's kind of a weird thing. I'm diminished return, right? Anyways, this would be interesting what it's going to look like in the future, because if awareness is enough, like cognitive awareness is enough to deflate the effects of FOMO, imposter syndrome, negative reinforcement, and create a precedent that the basis of psychology was largely dependent on our conditioning in our environment, then man, psychology, the field of psychology is going to turn upside down, or like it's going to be really exciting. This hasn't changed despite all the second comings. So whatever I'm describing now, I lived through it. I didn't learn it. So like I didn't learn this stuff because I was a psychology major. I learned this stuff through observing and having experiences with this through my scientific background, like my ability to analyze and look at things. So if this sounds really familiar to like a psychologist or a therapist or someone else who does this professionally, for me, it's a pure coincidence in the sense that I didn't seek it. But if you're observant about it, it's no longer a coincidence, because this might actually describe some of the foundations of the current biological status and conditioning of human society. It's so baked into it intrinsically that it doesn't change despite the internet being unprecedented. So like, was FOMO, imposter syndrome, and all that stuff, and farming that stuff still exist? Well, when I was younger, college was it. College was the source of FOMO and imposter syndrome for me. How did it operate? I can draw a excellent parallelism of how I use the internet today, the way I use college to negotiate my FOMO and my imposter syndrome in order to be quote unquote successful. The skills that I've learned in college, which also predicates on these things, created my approach to the internet's algo and all that stuff. So the stuff I'm talking about today, it's not like it came up because the internet exists now. It didn't. So the argument is, in another 2 or 3 years, whatever I'm saying now, it would not necessarily have changed dramatically, in which the core foundations of those things are like no longer recognizable. It is probably going to change and have more nuances. However, the core foundations still exist. So whenever we talk about FOMO, imposter syndrome, all of these things link to habit formation still, right? Because we're still human. And that then goes all the way back to vertical, horizontal scaling, and why I play video games, why I like Hearthstone, like the Battlegrounds, or maybe not like, or some like. It's really great. We can talk about this all the time. Unpacking this stuff is fantastic. Unfortunately, or fortunately, we got also things we can do, right? And that is to get through my lessons and conclude the day within the next 6 hours or so. All right. Anyways, thanks for the question, Proko. And I hope that kind of explains to Kumar, I suppose, and Quiz what I'm currently doing. We're talking about learning. Learning is what I would, under the umbrella, if I had to be a vertical mindset, all the things that I've said is under the umbrella of learning. Because you can learn vertically or horizontally, and or vertically or horizontally. You can do both, at least in my opinion, and it's constantly a balancing act. The internet makes you learn vertically though. Whenever you learn something and you find out that there's something better, you forget the previous thing. It's an ends to a means all the time. Like, oh yeah, 67? I already forgot how to say hello. Now it's just 67. Like in the future, or before that, in between hello and 67 was bruh. Or something like that. You're replacing things, not horizontally seeing the relationship between them. So, people, in my opinion, kids younger adults can consume so much information and yet learn and comprehend so little of it. Right? If your capacity is 10 things and you're constantly looking at the best things, then your capacity don't change very much. You continuously learn the 10 things. Like, your capacity stays the same because you're constantly looking for best things. So if you're looking for A, you're looking for a replacement for A up to whatever 10 is, right? Up to 10 letters, right? And that is a vertical thinking. So when you have to solve a problem, you have a limited number of ways to solve that problem. If you need to be creative, for example, then you'll always think that you're not creative enough. One of the biggest red flags whenever someone says, "Oh, I like art," and then they say, "I'm not creative enough." Someone who's been on the internet for too long. Or not really too long, but someone who spends a lot of time on the internet. Right? These are like probabilistic states. We're not talking about 100% certainty. This is not 100% certainty. It is converging evidence for behavioral things. When you deliberately engage in a creative process and then say you're not creative, that's usually net speak. Or I focus on best and ideal. And creative process is mostly not those things. Creative doesn't mean best or ideal. That's very different. Creative is actually something that's spawned from your noggin, right? So whenever someone says, "Oh, I have the best way to learn Japanese," good for you. Good for you. And then they would tell me like they have advice for me on how to learn Japanese. And my thought is, I probably understand what you're going to suggest. And I might do it. It's not going to be the only thing I do. Because I'm not looking to solve a problem. Like, I don't have problems solving how to learn Japanese. Because I'm not going around thinking one thing is going to help me solve that problem. Right? And learning Japanese doesn't involve making one decision. Or the fewest decision possible to get Japanese fluency. It's making as many decisions as possible. Because Japanese is a lifestyle. Like, speaking a language is a lifestyle choice. You will constantly have to be able to make new decisions and problem solving. So if you're looking for a habit, ideally, that I know, lack of a better word, maybe you want to encourage yourself to see a lifestyle as a series of endless problems and critical thinking decisions you're going to have to make for the rest of your life, as opposed to thinking about it as a finite video game with linear and limited options that are already made for you, right? If you like a video game and the whole goal is number goes up in a linear pattern, then understand, in my opinion, that you can also, and not even joshing you can play a video game in which the number doesn't always go up. The number can actually go up and down or unchanged and still produce different results. And you have to make decisions on how to keep a number the same or a number up and down. And that is and that goes all the way back to the Hearthstone thing. I really like deck builders because both number goes up, down. You want to keep it the same. In fact, I think Hearthstone lacks something like that a little bit, which is when you have like specific factors of numbers. So for example, like right now, there sort of is in the standard version, not Battlegrounds though. Like for example, eliminate a monster like eliminate a minion that has more than 100 attack. Or there is a little bit of that, but it can be very complicated, right? Like, oh, if the minion has more than 900, 900 health, automatically kill it, right? Automatically undo it, that kind of thing. Or there is some manipulation, like, oh, make a monster's health 1, or technically dealing 1 damage or dealing 3 damage to a whole board of monsters. Technically the limiter is 3, right? So there are different ways to think about these things, and it is how does this relate to language learning? You can do all of these things with your new language. You can look at vocabulary in many different ways, right? In fact, a vocabulary, this is something to illustrate. When someone says vocabulary and sentences, right? And kanji, when they say and, they're saying these are separate things, right? And what I see is they are all part of the same thing as well. Like, you can treat them, compartmentalize them separately, but they're also all the same. Like, they're part of the same thing as well in the process. They are all involved in the same process. So understanding how vocabulary is in a sentence, which vocabulary may be composed of kanji, and sentences have kanji in it, where the sentences is composed of vocabulary and different kanji, that's all of that is true. And this type of thinking is non-linear thinking. And then here's my TLDR, right? What is linear thinking? Vertical. Vertical design promotes linear thinking. And then horizontal design, it de-incentivizes non-linear thinking. Horizontal design promotes non-linear decision making. So the decision isn't always made for you. I would say right now, if someone was to say what kind of YouTube video they watched, they got on YouTube and they watched. Right?
熊本県
Alright. Now we're really going to hit the gas here. Here we can.
めい
Me.
銅像
Also. Tetsuki.
事故
事故 制度
酢の物
What did I type? The M might not have actuated. That was weird. Okay.
鍋 ご
ご
覧
覧
寿司
sushi or sushi.
延
延
期する
期する
騒
騒
音
音
湖
貧しい
貧しい
山中湖、魅力、恥、
未婚
未婚、
盗作
豊作、快適、観測、
観覧、
観覧、あーブー。Uh-oh. Oil. 油、
酔う
That's fine.
背
背景、心よい。心よい。Close enough. 照明。
遅刻
遅刻。
不適
寿命。
破壊盗
盗
品
品。Oh boy.
地獄
Wait. Lamprey. Oh, right.
杉
He kind of sounds like he's saying sugi as opposed to sugi, according to that pitch accent thing. So I don't know about that. Oops.
快感
Icon.
漠然
涙。あ、タイプ。
涙
涙。え、
油
油
断
断。延長。懐かしい。うわ。縁。浮気。乾く。
出国
出国。ね。出国。
介入
Heck. Is that supposed to be stagnate? Stagnate is I, right? No. Oh yeah, that is supposed to be because that's from yesterday. Oh, what was yesterday? Oh, it's not. Yeah, it is stagnate. Or not necessarily stagnate, but to be overdue. So what was overdue? Todo, todo, todoko, todokoru.
滞る炎症
転職
快速
味噌飾る
遅延
講師
預ける
汁
長寿あ
熊
馬 either at the moment
入国遅れる
遅れる Oops. Okay. はい。おお。
破
破
産
産。
す遊園地
越見
庁舎
親戚
給
悠
油
々悠々
炎
炎 Hold up. Oh no. Like just about being tied. Sue is saying like you get tied to like you get tied to a something in Kyo. Oh wait. Wait. Kyo. Oh no. Hold up. It's not Kyo. Kyo. No, no, that's not it. I think we're gonna have to come back to. It's definitely Sumu. So I'm missing the first one. I'm missing the first syllable, like the first kind of. Oh no, wait. Nu. Oh, Nusu. Oh, Nusumu.
盗む 原油 死体
したい That's like how do you like slow slow and stagnant I mean, it's kind of just stagnant. Delay, probably delay. Oh,
脱獄 厄介
厄介。
予測
うん。
果汁
浮世絵
Ukiyo-e. This is special.
福寿
Fuju.
喜寿
Iju. What the Kiju? Oh, right.
銅山
Dozan. Oops. I meant to type mind. The other mind, not mind.
球根
Yukon.
剣
Nope.
泥酔 石油
恥ずかしい
Uh. No. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Oh, it's Ono. Oh, Ono. Ono. Onore.
己
Right. Hey.
剣道
柵 勾配
砂漠
Sabaku.
真剣 せ 推測
All right, it's definitely a delayed, it's definitely a delayed level up, but I'm gonna take a quick break, right? Refresh my memory before we head into the lessons. I'll be right back. All right. Try to refresh a little bit. Let's see if we can knock out these lessons. I think we're gonna have to be a little bit more expedited today. Level 36. Let's see what 36 brings us. Hurdle. I'm largely interested in the pitch accent, right?
亀
Kame. So, atama. Tamataka. Okay. Fair. Salmon. With 2 bricks? I guess they're... Or 2 dirts. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot brick is. Alright. Dirt and fish. Keep jumping onto the dirt. Alright, what do we got? Kunyomi. Sake? Every time one jumps in the dirt, you drink a shot of sake. Oh man, and it comes out as shike. What the shake? Oh, shika. Okay, sure. You realize you're drunk and sake. All right, it's cool. We'll let it go. Okay, fair enough. Probably gonna end up being what? Umi. So something like Umikame.
ウミガメ
Umikame is fine. Mutual, that's gonna be different.
互い
Hangai. Okay, gotta do these quick. So goal, mutual, Taco, Scott. Okay. The eagle, Scott. Go to the taco and got one, I guess. That's kind of okay. Okay. Fry. Yeah, or roast? Does this have a roast pivot? No. Alright, sure. Kunyomi. Okay. Ita works actually. For that. Do we only have Ita? Is this Ita too? Nope. Of course it's Chahan. I think we're okay. Oh. What? Oh, I forgot the Rendaku.
ウミガメ 亀 互い
Alright. Eh? Alright. Couple mutuals.
総合
Song. I thought it might have been Q. Hoang. Okay. There's a chance this is Kun. Nanori, neither. Wow. Is that the first time Nanori showed up? Or... Huh. Interesting. Oh. Hmm. That's your aunt and uncle. Both aunt and uncle, huh? There were lots of things that were above you when you were small that you would need a stool to reach, so yeah, your aunt. Give it a go. Valuable is fine. That's retroactive. Alternatively. Or alternately. No, alternately. Go you mix, then you go mutual, then you mix. Interesting. Alternately. Kogo. Former. Oh, does former actually? I don't recognize this for anything. Okay. Ew. Former surname. Restoration. Q. Oh my gosh, that sounds weird. Oh, Q. Yeah. The Looney solar calendar. Okay.
Songo.
What? Oh no. Just kidding.
Kogo.
Okay, yeah, that's family name. Sure. Can we get a say? That's a say, alright. And sure. Okay. Sure. Does this have surname as it too? Okay. What are the chances that this is E?
ために
Aneni. Oh! Ah. Yeah, for the sake of.
ために
Okay. What did I use for me? Instead of have we met? I don't want to use me. We use met. Well, Fake. Hmm. Uh. Hmm. Hey. Okay. Trying to go a little quick. Pickle. Wait a minute. How's that pickle as opposed to pure? Tsu. Hold on. Hold on for a moment. That's gonna be tough. You're telling me, unless I'm missing something, I'm pivoting from pure to pickle. Wait, it might not be though, because that might be actually pickle because I'm mixing it up with moon. Oh, I am mixing it up with moon. The pickle? Did I not get stain? Stain versus pickle, huh? Kunyomi. So, looking at all those pickles you bend down. Wait. Nami gets blamed because they pickle everything in their path. Ugh. Stain work anywhere? Nope. Oh no. Alright. Alright. Got some tough ones today. Trade. I see. That's trade, alright. How does a meow work? Oh. Send your private swordman. Okay. Out with your shellfish so you can trade them. bowling. You're just trading for bowls. Bowls are fine. Feed. To go for the sake of others. Interesting way to get it. What do we got for this? Either koi or yoi?
行為
Koi. Alright, the other way. Okay.
ために 行為
Oh boy. What's the damage? Oh no. Okay. We're in it today. We're in it today. I indulged way too much today. Yeah, shoyu. Shoyu.
醤油
Shoyu. Fine. Right, commander's commander. What do we got for commander? Shoal? That works. I'm okay with that. Dentistry. Okay. Note that when used by itself, this word solely refers to the scientific field of dentistry. Fair enough.
鹿
Yeah. Did not get the onyomi for she yet. Or for e. Or ha. Ha. So she. See. Not sure how I feel about Ka over time. Okay.
鹿
I'll come back to this tomorrow. Lento. Lentogen.
Rentogen
Token. What the? Okay, I see. The inventor. That's neither here's a new line to help you. You're going to Rentagenji. Okay. Alliance. Fair enough. It could be men. Me. Alright. Alright.
Shika
醤油
Alright. Class reunion. That seems okay. I don't know where the window comes from, but hey, how does the window work? Same window? Same window meeting is a meeting with people who spend a long time gazing out the same classroom window. That's I only have Mado. Oh no, this isn't Onyomi.
同窓会
Also okay. Because we don't have a oh, window to the soul? It's fair, actually. We'll keep it going for today. Stretch. Or extend. A leader who's humble will stretch in front of everyone. Kunyomi. The leader is currently working hard to stretch in front of all of you, and as he does, he munches on some nori. Alright. I got the image in my head. It's fine, I think. Injury. There you go. Okay, got. Oh. A less common. Okay. I was gonna do Kai. Right, yeah, Kai.
怪我
King. Okay. That's rough. That's really rough.
怪我
May have to come back to that. Yobo, Unagi. Unagi
う
don.
なぎ丼
Buri. Okay. We're done. Note that sometimes people even shorten it. But since the gi is included here, make sure to type it out while reviewing. Oh, unadon. Okay. It's okay. We type out thing. Yeah, yes. Like, sai, okay. Okay. Yeah, those line up with sight. Okay.
同窓会
Or class reunion, classroom reunion. Oh, this turned out not to be seen. Oh, because it's Kunio. Right.
怪我
Hmm.
うなぎ丼
Nausea. The vomit energy. What do we got?
吐き気
Akige. I said tsu. Akige. Dang it. It's fine. Well up. Oh, to gush. It's interesting. I'm just gonna add gush. Gush is close. Yo. You. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Could have been yo, but you's fine. They suddenly switch from youth to You. I don't understand why they do that. It's okay. To spit out. Makes sense to throw up and to spit out. Hakidasu. Okay. Those dudes. Ah, okay. Kind of reminds me of karera, right? Karera or karera. So what do we have? Yatsu, yatsura, yatsura. Okay. Reach. Yep. Reach. Key. Q. Oh, actually, that does make sense with the other Q, with the stairs. Okay.
Hakidasu.
How did it well up? Oops. Ah, hakike. The other read.
吐き気
Yeah.
やつら
Fine. We'll consolidate these. Tomorrow. Red lips or lips deep red? Fair enough. Lipstick. Oh,
口紅
Kuchibeni. What in the actual tarnation? Any, of course, mouth would change it up. Alright.
口紅
Okay. And we're just gonna go with Kuchi and then lipstick. Oh. Lipstick or is she or the baby? All right. Any. What the nada? Nada. Oh no. Oh no. Imagine being nada. Oh no. We're getting to proper nouns. Okay. It's just not. The heck? Is this the only time? Oh, man. Alright. I think this one's gonna be a special exception, so we're okay. I think. Recommendation. Yes, this is just Susume.
進め
Alright. And work. So just stole it. Okay. With? That's probably a foo. A coon! Haba? Oh, come on. Are you still a foo though? Oh no, it's just haba? How dare you? Alright. Yeah, habanero. I'll let it go for now. I think my emotions are running everything at the moment.
進め
口紅
勤め
Second haba? Electromagnetic field. Okay. I mean, let's bring that. I wonder how this ejects. Oh, could be Denjiba.
電磁場
Okay, fair enough. Exchange. Oh, it's missing the bottom stroke. Okay. Or no. Huh. Looks a little different. One. What could that end up being? Han. Close enough. Archer. That's fine. Radioactivity makes sense. With the ability of radiation.
Hoshano.
Okay. Pluck. Yep, that's pluck. How do you get shy? Sai. Techie. How in the... Oh wait, that is Techie, huh? The mohawk. Dang it. I should have used the Japanese carrying sound. That looks like Techie.
Denjiba Hoshano
Or activity. Conductor. Command person. Okay. Or commander. Yeah, fair enough.
指揮者
Kisha. Okay. Kisha. Nucleus. Yep. That's her. What is her? So. Kaku. Hold. Slice. Dang. I don't have a... It reminds me of this. Status. Kaku. Alright. Looks like a cuckoo, and by cuckoo I mean a male chicken, a rooster. Why does the nucleus of a tree looks like a rooster? I mean, I can think of another thing. I'll just think about it. Sweet. Sweet is fine. Open sea. Excuse me? Oh, gimme kunyomi naka. Oki. Oh my goodness. Okay. Surfing in the middle of the tsunami, that's actually pretty funny. Just be okie dokie. We'll see. Tale of Genji. Wow. But there is the monogatari, right? So it's just Genji monogatari.
源氏物語
It's fine.
Shikisha.
Go with commander.
《源氏物語》
Why? Okay. Guess that's Eda Manme. Eda, yeah, Eda and Mame.
枝豆
Speaking of edamame, there's some edamame roasted, fried in avocado oil edamame on the desk upstairs that I might munch on today to get some fuel. That's a rope, all right. What is it for rope? Swall. How does swall go? Let's go with su. Give me su. Kunyomi su. Onyomi jo. Alright. Someone threaded a turtle into a long skinny pieces? What? The person making these threaded turtle ropes is none other than the... Okay. It's gonna be like they're threading, like crafts. Dance? Oh, wow. Cauldron. Cauldron got simplified. Wait, what's on the bottom of cauldron? Was it this? Yeah. Oh wait, no, it's that. Why? What the? All right. It still exists. Oh, I totally wrote it incorrectly. Why would you do this? Why? Why? Fine. I mean, it still looks like dance. Fine. Bad can be different. So we're gonna go with akuretsu. Oh, akure. Not akuretsu. Akure. Retsu is without. Retsu is without this. Harbor. I mean, that kind of looks like various things. Oh, okay, it just went straight to coons. Oh, and tsunami. I'm okay with that. Although I don't know where the harbor thing is coming from, though. Harbor wave? That makes sense. Ah!
枝豆
Okay.
悪霊
Offer. I do not know of this offer. What would that be? Oh, no, wait. No, I do not know of this offer. Are we doing kettle? I feel like that's kettle, right? Gotta be a kettle variant. Oh, it could be donate, actually. That might actually be donate. Is donate part of it? Yep. Offer or donate. Wow, they really simplified it. So I guess this part, interesting. How? I mean, you can kind of see it. At least that's what I thought about. Yeah. Like, you can kind of see it. It's there. It's there. Ken. What was this? Xian. Line those. Xian. The South Dog offers you the services. Oh, but I can just call Ken the South Dog. Alright. Oh, deal. I got you. Today is gonna be really awful on the recall. We'll see how well I can do this. Yeah, tofu.
豆腐
Tofu. Heal. Liao. Liao. Makes sense. Inherits. Could be Qi. Or Yi. Oh, Yi. Eagle. E. K. Wait, do you look like a kid? Where are my lion crew? Where is my rice crew? Dang it. Inherit. I guess I can think about it like a cake relate. With a thread, a lion sews together all the rice he'll inherit from his parents. If you're going to inherit something from your parents, try to convince them to make a cake, not rice. That's wild. Chicken and egg rice bowl. Where's the chicken coming from? Oh my goodness. Parent and child bowl.
Oyako donburi.
Oh yeah? Oh, donburi. Okay. Okay. All three coons.
Tofu.
Oh.
Oyako donburi.
Parent and child. Oh my gosh. That's funny. Alright. Maintain. Yeah, that's way. How does way translate? E? How many E's do we have attached to? Okay. Nothing carrying that. You tie a piece of thread to your turkey in order to maintain proximity to it. Meanwhile, an eagle just swoops down and attacks the turkey. Of course it did. I got you. I got you. Try to maintain, but once you see the eagle as well, let go of the thread. Yikes. A sick bed is a sick bed. You're in bed. You're probably sick. Okay. Sorry. I don't know if I have an onyomi for Yuka.
病床
Yosho. Was it Sho? Dang. I don't remember when it was Sho. Oh, Kisho. They're from last unit. Okay.
病床
I told you. Did I say Hyosho or
病
Byosho?
床。
Deed. The leader of your branch become the leader from doing deeds. E. I thought this might have been Zhi. No dice. There is actually not this combination? What? Huh. Interesting. The deed is currently working on is finding your lost key. Alright. Kabuki. Wow. That explains why. Okay. Step. Oh, like to step on something. What was this? Ha. So it could just be ha or da. To. Wait, do you look like To? Kind of. these guys. Not really. Nope, just kidding. I made it all up. You don't look like Toa. And you soak each foot in water before going out in the sun. You take your first step. Stepping on the ground can be really hot. Each step you bring closer to Tokyo. Alright, fair enough. Sand. It's gonna be something else.
砂
Sunat? I'll show you a sunat. Okay, let's write something. We got saw. Maybe even throwing the out. Yeah, we'll throw in a saw. And two. Did now, but I have to throw in like a few rocks. Two. No. No. A few rocks in the sand. Okay. All right.
病床
Excuse me. Or make keep it maintained or kind of similar things.
Suna.
All right. Generally? How does that work? What, in the mission boat? Or like the missile boat? Sort is what I... Oh, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Like a type or... Yeah, okay. I'm gonna add sort. Maybe even type. I kind of get what they're going for. Un, yeah. Un checks out. It damaged something. It could end up being itameru. Okay, you can use this to talk about parts of your body, so you'll sometimes see it used interchangeably with itameru. Okay.
痛める
Itameru. Alright. Trust. Bundle a page. I don't think I have this character yet. This not another non-character. Whoa. So I've encountered several characters that are going to be unique to each other. Interesting. A bundle of geoducks is something you can always trust. Oh, or can you? Well, you can trust a bundle of geoducks. Never ever trust live bread. Or maybe never trust a bundle of geoducks with live bread. Probably eat it all. Really? Wait, what? The Reliant. Okay, Reliant. Okay, a leader has clothes that he is quite reliant on. Is reliant on clothes. The leader has become so reliant on his clothes. Oh, that there is an E in it though. This kingdom has become infested with eagles, but the leader does nothing. Rely on clothing so the eagle, his trusty eagle, can reliantly spot the leader. That's fine. Orderly. Oh, arranged nature. Yeah, systematic, well organized. You know, just like naturally arranged, I suppose. Well organized, natural order. Okay. Note that this word you need to add to the end to make it an adverb. And taru.
Seizen.
Yep. Okay.
Itameru. 生前
We're getting there. We're getting there. Deer? Okay, we're going straight to kunyomi for deer. Wait, it's both ka and shika? And it's a ka kunyomi. Where is it when it's... Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, that's right. The horse deer. I totally forgot about the horse deer. It's in Kagashima? Kagoshima. No, if I know what go means. Why have I seen you before? Cross it when we cross it. To surrender. Yep. Okay.
Kousan
Hi. Kousan suru is fine. Agreement. A promise. Consent, acceptance, like a contract consent. Yeah, yes. Kunyomi. A daku. I don't even know how many daku. This might actually be the first daku onyomi. You say something and the flowers are right in agreement. The flowers see where... Even if flowers are in agreement on the fact that neither of you like of you like when a duck walks across the flowers. Fair enough. Is this teeth? It's fang. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Fang tusk. How does ya translate? E. Get. Guess we're going with gecko. Fangs off the. Actually. I feel like we used this before, and it was in a. Oh no, it was key. Yeah. Okay. Really? Oh, that explains the Kiba thing. All right. Wow, it's been
汚い
Sunai showed up so so late. Okay.
「降参する」「汚い」
I wonder what that date is. I still remember the whole historical aspect of Japan, right? Japan not having a word for surrender. And I don't know how that relates to that phrase, that tsuru thing. Interesting. Like back in the day, history class and all that. Alright, I got 3 more. Mistake? Yeah. That's not a go.
誤り
Ayamari. Okay. Alright. We're gonna need. Okay. Oga, go. Lead. No mistake. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Alright. So, Godira. Consumed apples in the yacht of your mas. Garden. Guess we're just not gonna use it. Oh no. Okay. Ultra. Oh, super and ultra. Yes. And then what? Chao. Cho? Nice. Cho. Valuables. Yep. Precious things or precious goods. So we got what? Icho.
貴重品
Okay.
誤り
貴重品
Uh. Okay. Alright. Okie dokie. Ooh. See how much I retained. I'm a bit lackadaisical today. Valuable. Departure. Sweets. Pants. Alright. We're okay. This is fine. Alright. Yeah, we're fine. Alright. Okay. Let's do our definitions. See how well we go. Salmon. Fry. Uncle. Former. Surname. Well, heck. This is not what I think it is. It's not. It's kind of like stained. Pickle. Trade. Commander. Alliance. Stretch. Wait, that's not stretch. Is it? No. Or is it? My gut feeling is telling me it's stretch. Yes, it's stretch. Okay. And what are you? Depth? Well up. Reach. Nara. With. Exchange. Luck. Nucleus. Open sea. Rope. The heck? We're skipping that one for now. Offer. Kind of weak. Heal, not your heal. Inherit. Is this inherit? I'm gonna go with it. Maintain. Deed. Step. Generally. Trust. Reliant. Fear. Agreement. Bang. Ultra. How did I miss this? What does the brush have to do? Alright, well, let's go. Let's see how good my... This one's gonna be pretty bad. We got sake. Sake and shake. No dice. Obi. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Okay. Saber. Shogun. There are so many Kunyomis. No dice. Oh. Hmm. Bowl. Logan. Why did I think I could skip this? May. That's no Sheen. Nori. What? Oh, oh no, that's not it. Ah. All right. Yogurt? Cucumber? Just nah. No. This went somewhere else. On. Heck. Fuck. Don't remember. Rope. Go. No idea still. N. Row. Take. Eagle. E. Tokyo. Han Solo. Rai. Eagle. R. Ashita. Duck. What the fang? That's a lot of gaps. I think most of them are kunyomi gaps. Fang is though. All right. Oh, I only remember cha. Dang it. Oh, I think this is habanero. What about former? I got nothing. Ew. I don't even remember any of this. There is a stick next to the sun reflecting on its former glory. The stick was a cucumber. Interesting. Okay. Oh, it's the pickle Rick thing. It was too. Dang it. I couldn't quite figure out if it's this one. These two might actually be two. I want to say ka. Sai. Oh man. Doesn't help out the rest is Seki. working off your debt, your leader said you need to sell your cyborg. Okay. Totally lost width. Width is haba. What the heck is the other thing? Oh no, what is fry? Yeah, most of these are gonna be kunyomi. Kunyomi first. Oh, ita. Dang it. Eater. This is habanero. Another kun. So oki. Okitoki. Okay. Oki within E. Yep. I thought there were two t's. Harbor. With your two friends. Okay. Into Tsunami, right? It's literally in the mnemonic. Harbor. Fang was a little pointing. Yeah. Ghosts don't have fangs. Okay. All right, let's do our reads, our definitions. Oh, this is gonna be okay. Sake. Sake. Salmon. Yeah. Fry. Oh is neither actually. Uncle and aunt. You. Former. Say. Surname. It's Kunyomi pickle. Oh, trade. Show commander. Me alliance. I think stretch no is Kunyomi. This group is terrifying. Sai, yep. You're well up. Pretty sure this. You. I had like a 60-40 on yogurt and youth. Wasn't quite sure. Dang it. You reach. Does this qualify as a kunyomi or not? Or nada? Nope. Haba or with definitely. Kan. Change right kan. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Eki. Look. Kaku. Nucleus. Oki. Open sea. Jaw. Rope. Tsu. Kunyomi. Right? Okay. and offer role heal inherit eat maintain eat fear full step on generally die trust eat reliant. I think this is kunyomi. Shika. Shut. Yeah. Shika. Okay. Daku. Agreement. Get. Bang. Cho. Ultra. Oh. Okay. Still kept it within 4 hours, but I really did skim over some stuff. We'll see if we can iron it out tomorrow. Alright folks, that's a wrap for my funny session today. Level up day, usually the longest of the series. Still debating. Right. Yeah. So we're gonna watch this here. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a try. You're always welcome to come on by and yap a little. Today we digressed a little bit. Procall has a very interesting questions. We talked about the relationship. At least I shared my narrative with the relationships and contextualized and applied the various things about vertical progress or vertical thinking versus like horizontal thinking, horizontal progress, maybe even learning. Just the idea of lateral and horizontal moves like diversification and specialization. Using it and applying it in various things like decision making and habit formation. Right. And always welcome to discuss, encourage each other to be alert and attentive to one's own life, and perhaps with that comes compassion and mutual interest in each other's lives, right? Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I'll be back with Boom Pro. Thank you.